Sefki, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay. So, what part were we digging into for Vexilla last time? That was like last Thursday, so it's been a bit. The main part we were working on is documentation. How do we document this in a nice, clean, and easy way, right? And that's kind of different for each language. Some of them, we have to jam everything into the README. For others, we can use some documentation building tools. Still not sure why we're getting that error. It started somewhat recently. Oh, hold on. This image is good, but it's going to change real quick. So hold on. Let's check it out. Boom. Ah. All right. That's another good one too. Whatever. Okay. Right. So, yep, this is just a notes file, kind of like where we left off. Oh, I guess I have some deprecated extensions. Like what? I don't think I need this anymore. Rust Analyzer works better. Okay, cool. So we can just uninstall, because it's not even running right now. And yeah, so Rust, OCaml, Elixir, and Go. We're going to do the OCaml last, because I think that would be a fun thing for Dylan Mulroy to show us. But for the Rust, the Elixir, and the Go, those things exist, and we should start trying to document for those rather than, you know, jamming it all into the README. I don't know how Go does it. But yeah, let's actually just start with one of them. So let's start with the Rust code. Rust documentation. Oop. Generate. There we go. So the Rust doc book. What is Rust doc? Perfect. So this is a new project called docs. That's fine. In source librs, there's going to be some generated code. Then we run rustdoc directly. All right, so then two problems. Why does it think that our crate is named lib? Second, why doesn't it have any contents? So that was Rust trying to be helpful. All right, we can name it. Cool. Okay, so when we look at what we're doing in here, in this package JSON, we do some stuff. So this is build clients readmes. We're also going to have a build clients docs Rust. I'm not sure the order matters. We'll just hammer these out, so then it'll be Elixir. I think Go would end up having a command like that too. The part in the Rust, we actually know what it will look like. So Rust doc and something like that. So we need to pass a path, a crate name, etc. So we could actually just use cargo. And then internally that calls out to this. Okay. So let's look at some of these, right? The -O controls the output, so we can decide where that's going to go. So the idiomatic place is docs/target/doc. Oh, and docs is the name of the project, right? Got it. So target/doc, that's where all generated cargo stuff goes. Okay. The -L flag helps Rust find the dependencies our code relies on. If our project used dependencies, we could get documentation for them as well. Okay. I think we're going to want to call rustdoc on our own anyway. Because we're going to be calling this from the top level, so we need to like nest it, or like nest where things are, right? Like, so we have to call out to some subfolders. So I think we probably still want to do rustdoc instead of cargodoc. All right, and the path to that is in clients/rust/something. Let's go find that folder. So yep, it is just source/lib. All right, so we definitely wanted to pass the -L. Oh, we need the output path. Uh-oh, I'm missing the -O. And the -L is just the Actually, I'm kind of curious about this. Why does -L even... Why is that even necessary? Oh. So the directory to add to the crate search path. I'm not so sure we need the dash L. Let me double check what my dependencies are. Right, we're using Sirdi, Tokyo, Sirdi JSON, Strum and Strum macros, convert case, this error, chrono TC. I don't think any of these really need to be part of the documentation. Yeah, no, they don't. Song volume is super low on YouTube. Check, check, check. Is that better? Should it go higher? Just let me know, Omar. I'll try and make it better. All right, so I think we have this done. I don't think we need... We can do dash L, I get? Nah, let's just do it without the dash L for now. All right, so I want to do that. I think I end up needing that. Ooh. Is that a turbo repo thing, not a PNPM thing? Ah, so you end up passing a regular expression. Got it. All right, so yeah, we got some warnings. Interesting. What's the way to set the current working directory for that command? Because I think we need to run it from the folder that it's in. So hold on. Linux. Right, is that CWD? Oh. You just wrap it in parens. Oh, I don't think I've ever seen that before, but that makes some sense. Ooh, push D, pop D. Oh. Ooh, and yeah, if the script can fail, then you'd be stuck in some path. But then you could do something like this. Okay, well, let me try this. So this is cd clients/rust. Which means we get rid of that and we get rid of that. Oh, I think that's actually the problem. Okay. That might have been our whole issue there. Hey, Adam.dev, Mr. Sir. How you doing? I should actually make it... I should make my bot run on raids, too. That would be a fun thing, right? Hey, what's up, Pocket Mayo? How you doing? What's a good, easy way to do this? But yeah, let's do the shoutouts. How you doing, Adam? Man, thank you for the raid, man. I almost typed Adam.env, which would have been a totally different Adam. Was today another training thing? Nice. Cool, man. Is this your arc into being a fitness influencer? For everyone joining from Adam's stream, the thing we're working on right now today is we've identified that certain languages have their own like hosted, curated, or not necessarily curated, but consistently styled documentation, right? So Go has package.go.dev, there's like some docs in there. Elixir has hex docs, and Rust has docs.rs. So if you've ever done any Elixir, you notice that most of the documentation, like API documentation pages, look the exact same because they're all on hex docs and they're all styled and printed and built out the same way, which is really consistent and useful. So that's nice. We're going to be doing that for these languages, and theoretically these also have some centralized documentation places too. And then for any language that doesn't do that, we have to just build out a README using some TOML logic, right? So that means our API docs end up looking like this API variable and then a bunch of markdown, which is not ideal, but it works, so not so bad. And the reason we do this as TOML is because that goes and gets built out using a template. So this template right here then just consumes that API variable, which is going to be different from every other language, right? The API is going to be distinct for each one. It's going to be similar, but, due to types and various things, it'll look different. And the main bit that we care about is that some of these other parts stay consistent. So we can have our install instructions, our setup, our example, a usage snippet. All these things are unique to the language we're doing it with, but all the other things around it are not. So this is a perfect use case for a template. And we are building those out. It ends up being all right. Here's the JavaScript README right here. All right, this part existed as just like the unique snippet. Technically this part too. We might want to add PNPM to this list. All right, and yeah, it's kind of nice. But what we're doing right now is double checking how to do the Rust idiomatic documentation. So we're kind of like reading through the Rust doc book and going through that process right now, and I'm running into, I think, some issues with current working directory type stuff. But let's just double check that. Ooh, yeah, see? So if we do a cargo build, it gets our dependencies, we get warnings, so it fully builds when we are local to this folder. But it's not working when we do it from the outside. I should probably either ignore these warnings or fix them. But these warnings are actually from our generated enums for your code. That way you're not having to type the raw magic string of the ID or the name, which is pretty useful. So yeah, value here. You can type the raw string and do the lookup for your feature flag, right? Or you can use, where is it? I'm trying to look at what the top level module would be, because these modules are nested. But basically, the module would contain name and ID for that one feature, which is hugely useful, pretty cool. And that is generated, which I think is also extremely useful. So if we look at in here, example.rs, this was generated from combing our JSON file that lives out there in the cloud somewhere. And we're just crawling it to grab our groups, our names and IDs for those groups, our environments, our names and IDs for those environments, and things for features, etc. within those groups, right? So really cool. We don't have to do this by hand. We can let a user generate these. It would be encouraged to ignore it and then just build it on the fly. But yeah, I really like it. And that's another little fun script that we do. So that's part of our CLI tool so that users can, run it nice and easy. So we can generate our Python. We can generate the PHP, etc. So yeah, back to it. We need to figure out this Rust issue. What I'm thinking is we probably want to try and just run this directly. And if that works, So that's why I think we end up needing the cargo stuff. Got it. That's why the -L was important. Okay. So we might not need to CD around. So let's reset that. Because if we can do this from the top level, that's just easier. So this is clients/rust / those. And then here, this is -L. And now I understand why it was doing this. Because it wants to look in the target folder for those two. And this is going to be clients/rust / that. Now, maybe that CD logic would have been a good idea. Because we're repeating that like prefix a bunch. But I think this should end up getting us there. Oh, and I have these backwards. Interesting. Is there something above all of these errors that we're missing? Because, yeah, it's just not finding our dependencies. Okay. I think we have to run it via cargo. So then we would CD into that, and then from here, they said it's cargo doc. Ah, okay, that was it. Yeah, so no matter what, to get access to our dependencies, we have to run cargo, which I find strange, right? Because theoretically, it's just generating this command for us. Well, oh well. Now, I don't expect this to actually work yet. I find it interesting that they're documenting our dependencies for us. Like, we don't need that. We just want this thing to build. Yeah, very interesting. And yeah, how's everyone doing? What y'all up to? Anything fun? Any plans for the weekend? I think someone was telling me it's a 3-day weekend here in the U.S. Is that Martin Luther King Day? We had President's Day last month, right? I think Martin Luther King Day is in February. Oh, it is President's Day? Oh, wait, was MLK last month then? I got him backwards? Whatever. Other way around. Oops. Okay, that makes more sense. Gotcha. Thank you. Where do we end up finding those ducks? Aha, here we go. Okay. Let's copy the path. Let's try and load it up. There it is. So yeah, we see some structs. Oh man, we get the methods on them too. We just don't have any descriptions. Pretty good, though. Yeah. And yeah, these are all the top-level methods. Ooh, yeah, this is good. Yeah. Yeah. All right, cool. I think it's interesting that we see all of the crates documented here. Rust Tokyo. I find that strange. Because they do have dependencies, right? Yeah, they depend on Mayo. Right? Almost positive. Oh. Oh. So they're using a workspace, which might actually change a bit about how this gets documented. Yeah, so they have some dependencies on a whole bunch of stuff, right? Like bytes or MIO or num CPUs. Interesting. So how do I prevent it? How do I prevent it from actually showing my dependencies? And I'm curious what cross.toml is. Is this like a cross-platform build config? Oh, yep. 0 setup. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I may want to start doing that for the Rust code. I could see that being hugely useful. Cool. Docker or Podman? Docker requires the daemon. Podman. Do I have Podman? I think I have a different one, right? Using like Rancher desktop, right? I don't even see it. Yeah, we don't have Podman. It is Rancher desktop. I don't know why my brain was not seeing it. There it is. Okay. I like Rancher. I think it's pretty good. We've definitely looked at it before, right? They got a coloring book? Oh, dope. That's not a bad idea. Ooh. That's kind of genius. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I might as well get it, right? But we don't actually need this right now. I'm just, you know, getting a little distracted by random things. Let's continue building out our docs. Let's keep reading the Rust docs documentation. Aha, okay. Okay, so there's some theme stuff. Let's look at the CLI args. Yes, document private items we don't want. So if I look at the command we're running, it's just cargo dock. All right, let me look at cargo doc help. There we go. So yeah, it has a separate thing. So don't build documentation for dependencies. There it is. So we just need to pass that to our cargo doc command. Right? It still needs to know where to look for them. Well, that's about it. Okay. Alright, yeah, nice. And now we only document the one that we care about. Perfect, and it builds and does all that. Awesome. So now if we look at this file, what? Am I doing it in the right place? That would also be important. I am. Yeah. So why are these documented that way? Oh, and yeah. Sorry, Cornflake, just saying that. Yep. Yeah, I use Rancher because at the previous company I was at, we were doing a lot of like Kubernetes stuff. And Rancher made sense if I wanted to like spin up Kubernetes stuff locally nice and easy. But also if I wanted to like switch over to Docker, right? It's just like a toggle. But that's less important to me now. OrbStack seems interesting. I can't remember why I'm not using OrbStack. Because I feel like we might even have that installed. Nope. I think we had it at one point. So that's the tricky part, right? We're doing no deps, but we're still getting all of like the deps crates. Do I need to do a cargo clean? I think then we'll have to like recompile, but maybe that's not a big deal. Oh, I don't know why I did get status. Okay, so PNPM, or actually, let's just do cargo clean. Ooh. I need to reply to an email here soon. Make sure I do that either tonight or early tomorrow morning. Cool. All right, so 1.7 gigs. Yikes. So then from here, let's do that PNPM command and see what happens. It's going to need to recompile, which is fine. Oh, you know what? We haven't seen... We haven't seen my new command kick in. Oh, there it is. Last time it happened was at 2:16. I think I set that timer wrong. It's set to every 15 minutes. Meh. Oh well, whatever. But yeah, what's up, Dom? How you doing? Okay, so it did pop open. Now we get just this crate. Okay, so I think there was maybe some, like, cached docs in there. Because now this looks exactly how I expected. Perfect. Cool. Now we just got to get started documenting this thing. And we can grab that from a few different places. So I guess the main part is we want to document the top level here. And where do we want to put some of this? So we're going to leave the mustache open. We can close some of these tommels that we don't need. And yeah, so here we go. Here at the very top level, this is probably where we want to do all this stuff. I'll leave that there. And what was it? That. All right, so that'll open up here in a sec, and we should end up seeing something on this page. Maybe. Maybe not. Nope. Oh wait, did I mix that up? I think I mixed that up. So looking at the docs. Oh, interesting. Okay. Sweet. Yeah, that's not so bad. Okay. Oh, I like that. Rust Analyzer killing it. If you would like to know more about Vexilla, head on over to our website. What up, Fievel? How you doing? Cool. Right, nice and simple. Yeah, this is clean. And we can even just go to the source code and boom. Oh. So it even bundles the source. Cool. All right. How's the job hunt? Pretty good. Had a good discussion yesterday and today. I need to finish the take-home for this other one. Yeah, some really great discussions recently, so I'm really happy about that. It's getting to the point where I'm gonna have to, like, pick one, and that's gonna be the hard part. Because they all seem really cool. So far. I don't know that much about the one I did the take-home for. Haven't really, like, chatted with them as much. They're all for DevRel, or Dev Advocacy. Yep. Yeah, I think I've gotten a lot better about presenting myself as an aspiring DevRel. It seems like I'm having better success applying for DevRel roles than I have had in the past. Now, I'm right, like, no success, but still, like, people are giving me more of a chance than last year, which I think is interesting. But yeah, just pumped. Yeah, I really like all of them I've talked to so far. I wouldn't say whenever possible, but I do think there's something to it where it's a more personal thing rather than just like someone spamming a bunch of like forms. Right? It's super easy to do a bunch of just like form spam for applications. There's something more like human about, you know, sending an email and saying like what you think you can offer, which I think is cool. And I've kind of noticed that more companies I'm looking at least are doing the email route. Most likely because there's just a lot of like, you know, form spam via like other platforms. Maybe it's possible that some of them just don't want to pay for Greenhouse or something like that. I get that too. Or Ashby or whatever. That makes sense to me. I'm looking for something that would get me health insurance for the main part. If I could do that part-time for a company and then do other part-time work for other people and continue my stream and do all that, then that's like a huge win-win, right? So I'd be more than willing to do like contract stuff for plenty of companies. As long as I have at least one that gets me on the books for insurance stuff because of how weird the insurance thing works. I can't even get insurance until November, even if I want to pay for it myself. That's like so weird. Ooh, so I don't know about that, Bob, right? Look at it this way. Have you heard of Pika? Which I think is in a tricky situation with OpenAI just now releasing their new thing. But if you look at Pika, all of the roles they have there are listed, but to apply, it's actually just an email, which I think is interesting. Oh wait, never mind. Nope, looks like Pika actually has Greenhouse now. Never mind, I'm trying to think like what was another company where like most of their stuff was email. Blue Sky. Right, so open positions, back-end developer, and you just send them an email. So yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily specific to DevRel in general, or if just some companies don't want to pay for those like hiring platform, like job board type things, like Greenhouse or like Ashby or whatever. Here's something interesting though. They actually do have an Ashby account? Ah, no. So this is a different Blue Sky. Totally different Blue Sky. See, I was wrong about Pika. I feel like they changed that recently. But another one, like LM Studio. All right, there's another one that, you know, it's just an email instead of, you know, something like some service. So yeah, I don't know. It's definitely more common than I remember it being. And yeah, anyone that has maybe a sub that renewed, shout it out, and you'll get the robot voice to actually predict you as a hero. Sounds fun, doesn't it? Okay, so let's keep documenting stuff. What I think I actually want to do is let's look at how they do some of this stuff. So if we look at Tokyo in here and look at source and lib, oh, interesting. Right.
Thanks for the support. XLUCY2 is a resilient hero, wielding incredible psychokinetic powers to control physical objects and red mines. They were once a teenage genius named Lucy, until a horrible accident at the science fair imbued them with strange powers. Wanting to put their newfound abilities to good use, they adopted the name XLUCY2 in the digital world, the X symbolizing their mysterious past and unknown potential, and 2 signifying their second chance at life. Reputed for tactical prowess and unwavering compassion, XLUCY2 fights injustice relentlessly.
That was good. Hell yeah. That was real good.
Thanks for the support. As JordyMac____, they would be a tech-savvy superhero with an immense ability to control and manipulate any digital platform or machinery. Armed with their high-tech gadgets and armed suit crafted from the wreckage of the Silicon Valley, they would swiftly defeat tech-powered villains. Their origin can be traced back to a
crafted from the wreckage of the Silicon Valley,
which morphed their formerly ordinary skills into a digital supremacy. Always the guardian of the web, JordyMac____ tirelessly battles cyber criminals.
You are. You're Silicon Valley Iron Man. Yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Yeah, and if anyone wants to configure their own, right? You can actually set up your own like voice rewards by signing up for Vappy and having at it. Right? We even have some prompts. If anyone wants to like think of some extra prompts to add, feel free. Yeah, man. Yeah, that worked great. I really like it. If y'all want to do anything to improve it, make the UI look prettier, anything really, like add different examples, etc. It's open source. Feel free to make a PR. So let's do it. Oh, but we're gonna want to get like a clip of it at some point. Oh, and hold on. I want to see what Tessa has to say about this. Damn right, Jordy. Yeah, I think it's really fun. Yeah, I'll wait to do this tweet about our Twitch voice rewards thing until I have like a clip I can post about it. And we won't be able to clip it here on Twitch because the audio from my desktop doesn't go out to Twitch for the VODs. Yeah, hell yeah, Jordy. Does YouTube make it easy to pull out a clip from video? Because that would be a good option. Yeah, I don't know. I've never messed with that. All right, so let's continue documenting this, though. Ooh, and I guess that's my next question. When they do this stuff, okay, so here we go. If we look at this, pubmod stream, they do the outer dock. Okay. So this is what I was looking for, right? We would want to put it above the macros, though. Cool. And yeah, thank y'all for that hype train. That was awesome. And what's up, Scrub Dev? Sorry, my bad. I missed that. I did miss a follow. Turbate, thank you for that follow. Okay, so this is something like this, right? So we do 3 here. Vexilla client is the main, is the core struct of the application, or of this SDK. Most interaction with Vexilla and your feature flags will be through this struct. Alright, so let's keep going. And I want to see what our docs end up looking like. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's weird. Oh, well, there it is. Okay, so it seems like there was some lag time. If I do it with just one, no, all right, interesting. Huh. It's almost like we need to build it twice for changes to take effect. So I guess here's my next question. How do they end up documenting individual methods? Okay. So they don't actually document the arguments in any way, which I think is fine. So this is create a new client for managing features. Consuming feature flags. It stores flag state in memory after fetches. I don't know if that part matters right there. So then this part, this is, let me do this. So base URL is the, nah. I think it's fine. Our examples should actually do most of this. And actually, we've documented most of this now. So yeah, we're not documenting individual arguments in the Rust. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I mean, I sleep with my, personal laptop just right next to me, so if it's really that important, I can just fire up the laptop. I also have a pen and paper, next to my bed too, but it's something that I'm not quite sure where I want to put it. Yeah, so we can just keep grabbing some of these. Oop. Yeah, so we're just going to keep going through here and grabbing this. So yeah, at the bare minimum, we just want these descriptions. I actually really kind of want to do argument annotations too. And I'm not sure the right way to do that. So yeah, checks if a toggle, gradual, or selective flag should be enabled. This actually does not include an optional anything. Oh, there you go. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, using some like voice assistant. Not a bad idea at all. So that one, and that one, all the same. And then we can start doing value. Oh, and that's a copy-paste error. So this is, let's see. So yeah, gets an environment-specific string value and falls back to a default if the feature is outside of its schedule. Sure, something like that. And we end up just doing one for value int. And I want this not to be public, which it's not. Perfect. So get feature, get real IDs, the lookup table functions. Yeah, none of those are public. Perfect. So let's try regenerating and see what our docs look like. Most interaction. Create a new client for consuming feature flags. Fetches the manifest, does stuff. And at the bare minimum, yeah, this is all we end up like truly needing. And now we would want to think about more like some example code, right? Things like that. But okay, yeah, so I really, really like the idea of an idiomatic documentation site. I don't know how we end up publishing, but that might be here. Ooh, Rustdoc specific lints. Oh, okay, interesting. So yeah, how do you publish your crates documentation on docs.rs? All libraries published to crates.io are documented. So they actually end up building, so all we got to do is publish to crates.io, which means technically...
Thanks for the support. Imagine Robert Tables as a mastermind superhero whose intellect allows them to manipulate any form of technology with their mind. Wearing a sleek, circuit-patterned suit, they wield the incredible power to communicate with, control, and merge with any electronic device. Originating from a freak accident involving an experimental computer and a bolt of lightning, they discovered their ability to bend digital and physical reality to their will. Robert Tables stands as the guardian of the digital realm, forever preventing cyber threats in an ever-evolving technological world.
There you go. So, yep, you're a superhero. I'm a little bummed it didn't pick up, like, the Robert Tables reference. So, that's a thing we made just recently. So it was basically like a take-home for Vappy. They wanted to see like what we could build. They want to see the video and, you know, how we do it and all that stuff. So I need to edit that together at some point. But yeah, basically you could go sign up for Vappy, create your own assistant, give it a prompt, and have it queue up for, you know, either bits or subs or gifted subs. Yeah, exactly. It's really fun. I'm going to try and make it into an extension, I think, too. I think that's doable. I don't think the extension would be able to do, like, the subs or the gifted subs. But I think we could do it for, like, bits, right? You just press a button, it costs $2, and bim, bam, boom. I think Twitch gives you 30% as an extension author. So I'd have to make sure that the minimum is like $2 because, I mean, $1 would still be doable. right? But I'd be making way less profit. I'd be making like 20 cents versus 50. Yeah, honestly, like, you could set it up for your stream. We could always, you know, change out my assistant at some point. Yeah, we can totally figure it out. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do like an announcement on Twitter here eventually. I need to get like a clip that I associate with it, but yeah. So yeah, thanks, Badman. I liked it. Yeah, it's a fun, like, goofy little project. I'm doing well. Yeah, doing well. How about you? Okay. So yeah, we're actually already up on docs.rs, which is pretty cool. Yeah, damn clients. Clients, what a bunch of bastards. If y'all don't know the quote, that's actually, it's people, what a bunch of bastards. And that's from IT Crowd. But yeah, just chilling, hanging out. Yeah, we're going through and trying to document all of our SDKs. And we discovered that these 6 languages have like a centralized documentation repository, right? Which is cool. Right? You don't get that with NPM. All you do is, you know, you got the README and that's it. And then you're responsible for publishing API documentation somewhere, right? So yeah, we're starting off. We just did the Rust. We haven't published yet, so it's not up to date. We're gonna go through and do the Elixir now, but we should probably do a commit, just real quick. I think I want just all the clients. Should we do this as a branch, actually? Whew, that scared me. Yeah, let's do it. Do you have to publish out to all of them? So the Rust actually, like, if you just publish to crates.io or whatever, then you automatically, like, get it pushed to docs.rs, which is nice and easy. And we were just noticing that with the fact that this is up there and I didn't do anything to put it there, right? Elixir, I don't remember that process, but we're going to end up looking at it here in just a second. So this feature is, or this branch is get checkout -b documentation finesse. And yeah, let's go start looking. Actually, let's add these. Rebuild readmes, update toml, and use centralize docs when possible. Or actually, and use docs, and use Rust doc. Or the Rust client. There we go. All right, so now we want to look at how does Elixir work. And we haven't published all these clients yet, but we will need to. Yeah. So let's go look at hex docs. Automatically published when you publish your package. Awesome. Sweet. Yeah, so let's just learn how to write the docs. Sweet. Yeah, sorry. FCC, Free Code Camp is probably where you want to start. Sorry, I just got distracted real quick. But yeah, Free Code Camp is where I recommend most people get started for web dev or just programming in general. Even though it starts out and focuses on web stuff, it still gets you to like programming fundamentals. And I think web, like, you know, HTML, CSS, JavaScript is one of the quickest like ramp ups, right? To actually like see something from your progress, from what you've done. I think that's a big problem with a lot of languages where you spend so much time setting up the tooling and things like that, that by the time you get to a hello world, you've already like failed a bunch of things, right? Just trying to like figure it out and understand it. So there's like too many too many speed bumps in like getting that initial, like getting you hooked on like making something, you know? Whereas the web, right? You do some HTML, boom, you got a web page. Do some CSS, you've got a pretty web page. Add some JavaScript, you've got a pretty interactive web page, right? So it's very like incremental, getting you to a result as quick as possible with every single step. Ooh, this is interesting. So adding a sense, not a bad idea. So yeah, hold on. Automatic. How about, yeah, we'll look at the Go here in a bit. So yeah, we just want to document a few of these things. We were doing like module tests in Elixir, but we're not actually doing module docs yet. So that's our next step. So here's something interesting. We actually do some of this stuff. So it looks like this is the pattern we'd expect from it, right? So examples would be totally worth it. One thing that I want to double check in scheduler here. I don't think we want to actually document the scheduler. Ah, right. So the doc test stuff. That's right. Yep. Okay. So we ended up being really lazy and just used the doc test for the hasher. We actually don't want to expose the hasher or scheduler at all. What is test helper doing? I forgot all about that. No, nothing. And hold on. What's up, Badman? So after 2 days of head-scratching struggle, you created your local base using Mongo Compass. Mongo Compass. Is that their, like... That's their, like, collaborative, like, real-time thing, right? No, that's Realm. Right? No, Realm was the old name, right? Yeah. So Realm is the old thing that got acquired, I believe. But I believe Realm.io... Oh, it's now Realm by MongoDB. Oh, okay. So what is Compass? Oh, it's a GUI for Mongo. Got it. Yeah, that's what it is. Thanks, World Ender. Yep. Yeah, so interesting there, Badman. What did you try previously? Was that Docker stuff, right? Ah, right, okay. Yeah, Docker is incredibly confusing at first. Eventually, you're probably going to want to use it, though. Right, just to, like, know and understand it. Okay. Yeah, I've never used Compass. I feel like there was another GUI that was maybe unofficial. Anyone remember what that was? Now let's just look at one of these terrible articles. So Mongo Compass, Robo. Ooh, I think it was Robo Mongo. Of course Drona HQ is including themselves. That's why they wrote the article. Wait, what is Drona? Oh, it's a low-code platform. Got it. Okay. I wonder if the synths is necessary. Yeah, we'll ignore the synths stuff for now. All right, so Vexilla client is the core module of this SDK. Create a config for the Vexilla client. This config will need to be passed to all subsequent methods. And I guess it's more like module functions. Oh, I guess here's another part. How do we actually do this? Oh, and sorry, beginning Node.js Express MongoDB development by Greg Lim. Okay, yeah, sounds cool. Ah, so here's some recommendations. So I think xdoc is really what we're looking for here. Oop. Wanted that in a new tab. Oh, interesting. Okay. So yeah, you'll always want to call the map directly because it can do cross-linking. That's actually really cool. I wonder if docs.rs or rustdoc does that too. Hiding internal modules. Ah, there we go. Yep. So here's something we're going to have to do in our CLI tool. All right, so let's find the elixir here. There's the rust. There's the go. C#, elixir. Bam. Cool. All right, so that will prevent that from being anything that's a problem. So now we can go through and actually document just our top-level API that lives here in client. So create config. And then this ends up being basically the same thing. Same thing as what we have over here in like the Rust code. Just to add this boilerplate. All right, so now we can just go grab that from here. Keep going to the wrong place. All right, there we go. So we got that. Oh, wrong file. We got that. And these docs don't have to be perfect. They just need to work. You can always make them better. Yep, that one looks good to me. And the last one is value. Okay, so we've documented all of the top-level API methods. What I want to do next is we got to look at how we actually build this thing, and I think xdoc is the way that happens. So I at least want to like look at it and see what it's doing below. So it would just be mix docs. But we do need to add xdoc as a dependency. I keep doing that. Here we go. We have xdoc. Nice. Yeah, so then it just ends up being... Where is it? Mix docs? Yes. Oh wait, no. We wanted to be in there. Will it blend? Yeah, we don't want any of that. Okay, so we could set examples if we want. I think that's a good idea. Yep. All right, so then here in types, what is this complaining about too? Oh, so that'll actually be fine when we save. All right, so if we rebuild that, we should see some better documentation. We should only see Vexilla client, because that's the top level that we care about. Yep. Cool. Right, very simple, but yeah. That's the way it should be. All right, so then the next thing here, this is 1.0.0. Yeah, we don't care about that part. Oop. So you just started a new job, feeling super stressed as you're only a month in, and your team lead sounds disappointed. Any advice for a fellow software engineer? I would say reach out and chat with the lead. Have you shipped any features or bug fixes or anything yet? Have you helped contribute to any documentation or readmes or anything? Wait, why show him the Primogen? I'm not disagreeing, I'm just wondering why. The person I talked to yesterday, as far as the job, and the person I talked to today both know the Primogen, which is cool. I really like that. It's nice knowing that it's an organization that has people that actually like watch that stuff. I'm always like surprised when I meet someone who hasn't seen the Primogen's content. It's burning you out? Well, hold on, wait. Why would you, like, why do you think it's burning you out? Right? Focus on that source of burnout. Why is it burning you out? Because you're gonna do stuff, right? You're gonna be all over the place. Yeah. I mean, I get it there, Lettuce Bowler, but I don't know. Because, like, I'm just so involved in the Twitch space, like, it just seems weird, you know? But yeah, I think that's mainly, like, a me problem. Real quick, though, Radinine? I don't know how to pronounce your name, but thank you. And XComp, thank you for the follows. Welcome. All right, so we do some mixed docs generation, just to double check. Yeah, this looks how I would want it to. I believe examples would end up showing up in here somewhere. Am I pushing .vs Code directories? I do that rarely, but I probably should for Vexilla if I want to encourage contributors and things like that. It's not a bad idea. I think it gets tricky though because we have like a large mono repo, so it would be a lot of extensions. But maybe that's a good idea. I mean, especially like if you are on like a team at work and everyone's using VS Code, you can have like the extensions that you expect people to be using in that too, right? They can always disable it, but having like, you know, one quick and easy way of doing that is pretty useful. Alright, so we just did the elixir, which means we need to modify the command up here. Force your font choices, there you go. It's more about the workspace. Like, you know, if we go look at our .vs code folder, right? Format on save. I think I have edited that, but you can also just do like recommended extensions, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so if you really want to understand boom. If you really want to understand, there's probably a good there isn't really a great documentation or whatever for this. But yeah, I think the number one way to do it is because you may have workspace recommendations. So it's not always like personal, right? You know, if you're working on a project that has TOML, you might want to have a TOML extension to edit those, right? Things like that. So making those recommendations is a pretty good idea. I don't remember where that would go in the file, though. But yeah, like it's basically just editor config that is useful for other people. Mainly for like workspace stuff though. So yeah, I haven't messed enough with it. I don't remember why I shipped it originally. I think mainly because I wanted to recommend extensions. But yeah, I don't remember how to do that. Oh, here it is, recommendations. Bam. All right, there it is. So yeah, I should definitely do that. In a multi-root workspace. What is a multi-root workspace? Oh. Yeah. I mean, for this project especially, right, we would have specific extensions for, like, individual languages, which is why I think we want to do the multi-root. Aha! Okay. So I think this is way more useful if... Yeah, okay. So this would be way more useful if we actually had, like, separate repos. Because we're in a mono repo, I'm not sure how that ends up working. Okay. Yeah, so I'm not sure multi-root's actually worth it. Oh, so it's actually like some separate APIs? Huh. Yeah, I feel like I didn't even think about this. But yeah, that's a good point. An extension would need to be aware. And there it is. So yeah, right, extensions get defined outside of the folders anyway. Oh, so VS Code supports folder-level extension recommendations through extensions.json files under the folders VS Code subfolder. Ah, okay. That makes even more sense. Yeah, exactly. So Elixir here has that .vs code. And there it is. For some of these, we actually want to disable format on save. I'm not sure we actually want to do that, though. Okay, and then, yeah, recommendations here. That's where we do some of this stuff. All right, so I think that's a great idea right now. Go through and just annotate the extensions we recommend. So looking at the top, looks like GitLens has an update, so we'll want to do that here soon. What up, Bedtime Bear, Mr. Sir? How you doing? All right, so Credo, copy extension ID. Elixir tools. Which extensions do I use? Oh, I guess you can't really see it. But yeah, very often like language specific things, but general versions of them, right? Like GitLens, pretty useful. Auto import, not bad. It's not perfect though. Right, Bazel, C#, Composer, those are all like specific to languages. ESLint, specific to JavaScript. So really, outside of language specific things, there's not too much. GitHub Actions isn't bad, but also pretty specific. Yep, language specific, MarkDoc, MJML. Ooh, partial diff is not bad. That's a decent one. Ooh, power mode. Power mode's the most important extension we have, obviously. Sort lines is a pretty useful one. And then, yeah, we get to like all the disabled ones. Let's double check some of this. Oh, and I'm sorry, one second. Git Butler is something I feel like we saw the other day. It has like the idea of... Hold on, let me double check. Maybe I'm misremembering. Is it the one that allows you to do like, yeah, it's like the very special branching thing for simultaneous branches. I think this is interesting. But probably not something I currently need. I think at some point it could be really useful. Seems cool. Yeah, I got a question. Hold on. Is there a good NeoVim Git plugin, I guess, right? Best Git integration for NeoVim a year ago, so it's probably still relevant. But let's pop open another two. So I want to see this list real quick. Oh, and it's Rockerboo. Oh, cool. We know Rockerboo. Well, boom. Yeah, no worries, Bob. We'll see you again soon. Sure. Over in general? Oh, interesting. Yeah, good point. So here's the thing they posted. It was a Hacker News thing. What up, X Factor? So, internal tools often make bad startup ideas. Companies may stop naively believing engineers who say they can build what a vendor is offering in 2 weeks. Right? So I love to build out tools rather than buy them, but it's not for the resume line item. Okay. It's not for the love of dev. I prefer to implement tools internally when feasible because it makes them more likely to be understood and utilized. Right? So 80% of the functionality and 90% of the tools, like these are really fuzzy numbers right there. Right? The majority of the app is not something you end up needing. That's a very good point. Right? There's plenty of stuff that's shipped with, I don't know, let's think about like a reporting dashboard, right? You have to satisfy so many different people's like needs for a product that you're making a startup out of, whereas instead you can just solve the needs of exactly what you need, right? Like I'm trying to think of a good example without doxing anything. That's a little harder. Here's a good example. At a previous job, right? Contracting. I wasn't a contractor. It was a client agency. We built a thing for a real estate company. The real estate company was already using PeopleSoft. And PeopleSoft is kind of like Salesforce. You know, it's like it does so much stuff. And it crams so much into the UI that it's really not a pleasure to use. So the internal tool we ended up building was entirely focused on their business concern, whereas PeopleSoft is more broad. And yeah, just building that out for them saved them a lot of time and training because the tool does exactly what they needed rather than being capable of anything. So hold on one sec. Your job has a lot of internal tools that wrap another standard text, and now we have 100 devs who know how to use our tool instead of how to use Kubernetes. So all that knowledge is worthless at any other company. Yeah. I think that's interesting. That's almost like an example of how it goes wrong, I guess. It means that you have to train people up on those internal wrappers as well. Whereas they could come in with that knowledge instead. I think Kubernetes is one of those things that is so bespoke in like how you have it set up for what you're doing every time that your knowledge of Kubernetes in general will help you, but your institutional knowledge of how it's built out and how it's done at one company may be completely different from how it's implemented elsewhere. Especially because there's so many pieces you glue together, right? Istio or Helm or whatever, right? Yep. But in some cases, the things like Kubernetes, your knowledge at one company isn't going to apply nearly as much at the next company, just because there's going to be custom stuff and you're going to be onboarding. But at least there's like parts that are familiar. I don't know. I'm thinking out loud right now. But yeah, what's up, Standard? How you doing, Mr. Sir? And yeah, anyone got a sub they want to, shout out? If you got that little notification saying you've been subbed for X amount of time, and do you want to let us know? Let us know so that the bot can read your name. Exactly, right? But their entire like setup is gonna, it's its own special, unique snowflake, right? So instead, you can apply some patterns, but the constituency of it is gonna be different from company to company. I think that was a misuse of the word constituency. Yep. Yeah, like patterns are way more like broadly applicable, right? And transferable. Whereas like individual tools are less so. But yeah, anyway, continuing what this person's saying, right? The tools they build have no unnecessary features because, yeah, that's time that you didn't need to invest. No key functions that are future roadmap items. Right? Do most of those tools merit their own business? Probably not. And that's why they don't try to sell them. But many would make great open source projects. Interesting. Yeah, let's read this article real quick. Okay, so this person is saying they just saw Y Combinator updated their request for startups page, and they're asking for startups inspired by internal tools. We would like to see more startups created that are inspired by homegrown tools because it's likely that if it's very useful at one company, it's very useful at others. Interesting. So it may be valuable for many companies. Software engineers, who are often influencers in a purchase decision, are strongly incentivized to build instead of buy. They like building stuff, and if they didn't, well, you'll find built system that can cut costs much more often than purchase software that cut costs. Okay. Ooh, and here's a good point, right? So internal tools that require devs to do unpleasant work or learn a non-career advancing skill are more promising candidates for startups. I think that's a good point. So yeah, really short, quick post. I like it. Good job. Said what he needed to say without making it a novel. Awesome. Oh, there you go. So you can bet that a full-stack JS dev would rather buy a Kafka wrapper than learn Scala. That's a good point. Yeah, this is one of the biggest things I'm kind of having as discussions with people for DevRel specifically, right? In the discussion, a lot of people want to focus on things that are going to have high impact, which makes sense because there's more value in high impact stuff. But at that point, you almost like disincentivize meetup talks because there's only 50 people there and there's no lasting video of it or things like that, right? And I really like push back on that idea because one person out of 50 at a meetup recommending your tool internally at their company is a huge win, right? Is it likely? No, but if you do enough meetup talks, it'll happen. And yeah, I don't know. At least from my experience of people that I meet at meetups, the common, like, attendee isn't really going out there and staying on the cutting edge of what tools are available and stuff, right? That's just not, like, the common developer in general. People who present at meetups are typically that kind of person, right? But it's very often that you may just tell someone something in a presentation at a meetup and they'd never heard of the tool you used or the technique or whatever. right? Because it's informational. And just being that person that helped inform them really, really, I think goes a lot. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible. It's really up to the meetup organizers to like set that up and do it. As an example, I used to set up. I'm trying to remember. I think I brought my webcam and everything when I used to do it. But yeah, I used to like help set up and stream the Angular meetup. At the React meetup back in the day, people did the same thing, right? They would stream it. And I think that's a huge, awesome way of doing that stuff. But it's often something where you got to set it up ahead of time. You got to have a really good internet connection. Recording it is a thing, but then you got to like upload it, you know? Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Was I just using my webcam? I think I was just using a webcam. Yeah. Yep. But yeah, that was a good time. Like, yeah, I really liked doing that. I thought it was good. But most meetups don't, which I think is the big thing. I thought we were doing it to Twitch. Oh yeah. Yeah. So this is when we hosted. Man, that's a long time ago. Was my OBS pointed to the Google Meet call? Really? I'm less sure of that. We did publish it to Mixer. Yeah, I think that was the thing. I don't remember filming at Google specifically. And yeah. Yep, Mixer doesn't exist anymore. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I don't remember the full setup. Man, back in 2018 though, that's like right when I started streaming. Is that like Betamax? It is. Yes, exactly. But okay, so yeah. And oops, I actually wanted that. So we can close this and that. I want to see what people are saying in the comments as well. Right? So it's actually not build versus buy, it's build or buy and build. Right? Because you got to do integrations, you got to do all sorts of stuff. Yep. This is a good point. Yeah, internal tools are seen as cost centers. Yep. Whereas product teams are profit centers. right? So if you're going to be looked at as an expense anyway, you might as well just pay someone else for that expense. And yeah, maintenance is a huge point against internal tooling. This is a good point, though, too, right? The inevitable migration to something else because the current solution is way too expensive now. Datadog. Nah. Honestly, like, Datadog satisfies a very large suite of tools that you're going to have a hard time finding in one provider elsewhere, right? Right? The big ones are really like, New Relic, Datadog, the big companies there that have been around for a little while. Yeah, they just keep making things that make it to where you only have one line item on your bill, right? Or you have one like service that you're paying for. Because consolidating billing is actually incredibly useful. So yeah, that's interesting. Oh, this person has an interesting point. So, hold on. There are many counterexamples to this. Temporal, Slack, Nango, Trello, GitHub, Jira, Intercom, AWS. Basically every terminal software as a service out there. MailChimp, Asana, Zapier, Shopify, HubSpot. What would be the failure rate of startups based on internal tools versus others? That would be interesting. I'd love to see some numbers about that. So we've used Instana for the last 6 years and has all the features of Datadog and used to be a fraction of the price until IBM acquired them. Now you're switching to Datadog because Instana is actually more expensive now? Oh, thanks, Giovanni. Yeah, this one's good. This is a solid album. So it used to be $200 a host. Then you got quoted $900. Yikes. SVP, is that senior VP? Okay, just making sure. Yeah, exactly. Nice. Yeah, that's a huge jump. Yeah, that's gnarly. Almost 500 hosts. Oh my God. So yeah, 700 times 500. They want an extra 35 grand out of you? Wait. Am I doing that math right even? That's 350 grand. Yikes. Yikes. Yeah, I did that math wrong. Yikes. Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. No, so yeah, GS Volt, gotcha. I was like, wait, 450? No, right. I was considering the differential. Yeah. Yep. And that's per month. What? Oh my God. Which means you guys were already paying 100 grand a month to Instana. Whoa. I'm in the wrong business. Yeah, right? Like, jeez. Wow. So I need to build a Datadog competitor, right? Holy shit. Woo! Right, Robert Tables? Yeah, I would assume, right, because of what you do, you're dealing with numbers like that all the time, huh? So one thing to remember, though, is OpenTelemetry is part of it, right? But they're also acting as, like, your scale factor. So you don't need to worry about horizontally scaling out your OpenTelemetry ingestion or whatever, right? And I think there's extra, like, metadata and other things. I really do need to dig into it. One of the companies I'm talking to is an OpenTelemetry kind of like wrapper. And yeah, what time is it? 4:40? Oh yeah, we can have a drink. Data Gorilla. Info Gorilla. Metrics Gorilla. There we go. Don't want to get sued. Ooh, Datum Cat. Beanie Data. Ooh, Beanie Data is good. That's solid. I can get behind that one. Yeah, people will just think of Beanie Babies, though. Which might not be the right connotation. Stir this up. So yeah, I think some of these comments are really good though. So Trello was built from its inception to make a marketing splash at TechCrunch Disrupt. It didn't start as an internal tool. Sure, we dog-fed, but that was Fog Creek's culture for every product we launched. Fog Bugs did start as an internal tool, which was more profitable than Trello, but it's going to turn 25 this year. Don't make business decisions based on software that could register as an antique if it were a car. Wait. No. Come on. My Subaru is not an antique. How dare you? How dare you? Yeah, traceability. Yep. Yeah, the company I'm talking to is really good about like traceability from like the browser to your server even, which is interesting. Right? What interaction triggered that from the front end to your back end, and you can like kind of like correlate those, because that's actually been one of my least favorite things in general. Being like the front end dev where someone's like, "Hey, we got this call to this endpoint that's broken. You need to fix it." And it's like, well, okay. We call that endpoint in 6 different places, you know? Right? So, like, tracing through and figuring out where that could be happening can be a problem. Datadog does that well, too. Yep. Yeah, well... At the last company I was at that used Datadog, we weren't using it on the front end. We were only using it for our like back end observability, which I think really made it less useful. Yeah, so, yep, you really do need it kind of like everywhere to get like the full traceability of it. I think there was a lot done wrong at the company I'm thinking of that used Datadog. I mean, it's the one that had 60 plus repos for AWS Lambdas. All separate repos. They all depended on like a utility library, and when we updated that utility library, there was like a blitz of getting all of those endpoints or all those repos updated with the new version and getting it through CI/CD, getting all that tested and all that. And it's like, you could have just done a mono repo and it's one PR. You know, like, come on. There was a lot like of just less than ideal engineering. I think it was pretty new, right, to most of the people, right? So Lambda was pretty new. DynamoDB was pretty new. We had multiple DynamoDB tables just because they designed their keys wrong and couldn't jam everything into a single table. Whereas instead, if you just do your keys right, oh, it's so easy. And then you just got one table, right? So yeah, single table data design for Dynamo is the way to go, in my opinion. But you have to be really like understanding of how partition keys actually work. So yeah, this is my favorite article about the subject too. And yeah, some beanie-wearing individual wrote his own ORM for DynamoDB to kind of automate some of that key generation. Every once in a while, it does mean that I need to add another key, like optional key, but still a key for different types of queries, but it's still all just like in those same rows. So it becomes not too bad. It's part of Calatrava. Who is an architect. But yeah, this is another interesting thing, right? AWS was never really an internal tool. The idea that Amazon had all this extra capacity and decided to open it up is a myth. AWS was always a deliberate strategy. Now, you could argue that it arose out of the expertise they acquired in building API-first infrastructure. But that's different than a lot of the examples above. So technically, though, some of the services were internal that they then, published out. But AWS in general, probably less so. So this is interesting. So SQS, S3, and EC2 were not specifically internal systems. They may have been inspired by, but, there's like other stuff they add to make it more broadly applicable. I think that's an interesting way of looking at like how Google does a whole bunch of stuff, right? Like Kubernetes is actually the public version of Borg. There's a couple other ones like that too. Bazel is the public version of Blaze. Things like that. So it's interesting to me that Google kind of like follows the same approach that Amazon took with some of these like, AWS things. But Google doesn't really monetize it. Kubernetes is the wheel on a pirate ship. right? Like the steering wheel. And not pirate ship, but like old wooden ship, you know? I'm pretty sure it's something like that. Or is it like a Kubernetes or something, right? Kubernetes name origin. Sure. So it originates from Greek, meaning helmsman or pilot. Ah, okay. Not quite. I thought it was literally the wheel. Yeah, so the Greek word for helmsman or pilot. Oh, yeah. Borg is great. I think technically Borg has the problem of, like, you know, they can only make it internal because Borg is technically, like, copyrighted. It could be looked at as a trademark. But trademarks like that really only apply to, like, the industry or, like, their use or whatever. So it might not be that big of a deal. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. That was the existing copyright I was talking about. So it could violate copyright. It wouldn't violate trademark law, though. Or whatever. So PagerDuty was explicitly modeled after an internal tool at Amazon. Okay, good one. Yep. It'd be more interesting if we could show the hit rate, right? Someone else suggested that too. Ah, and this person added that to their comment. That makes sense. Wait, Twitter was an internal tool? No. Really? This is actually a thing for sure, right? Yep, at a previous gig at the client agency, yep, there was a tool made for like accountants at like a large company. So yep, that makes sense. Right, just more generalized, right? Most ideas are bad startup ideas, right? An industry with a 90% 10-year failure rate isn't one where the majority of its members embody wisdom and foresight. So there's counterexamples to internal tools being good products, but most are bad, just as most external tools are also bad startups, right? But no one's actually like tried to crunch the numbers, which I think is interesting. All right, so 2 previous companies have had hand-rolled timesheet tools. Tool for release management, right? Pull in a bunch of items from Jira, marry them up with items in version control to set a set of release notes in a specific format. Interesting. So yeah, Slack started internal. Ah, that's right. Yeah. So Slack's roots were in a game called Glitch. Never made it out the gate, but its messaging system found new life as Slack. And that was his second attempt at making a game. The first one ended up pivoting to Flickr. That's kind of crazy. So Stuart Butterfield here. He needs to make more games. Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. What did they even look like? Yeah, I think part of what I'm trying to do with Vexilla and Walter is really like, I made them because it scratches an itch I had. And I didn't know about Growthbook at the time of Vexilla's ideation. And I still don't know of anything that does what Walter is really trying to do. Walter is basically something I needed for a product. Technically, I was going to do it for Stream Parrot. But it's also kind of like a public version of some internal tooling that DigitalOcean has. So they could probably spin out what they got pretty easily. Because they've got all the infrastructure and everything for it, already there. But yes, I've never worked at DigitalOcean, so they don't own any of what I'm doing, right? Can't patent the idea. Kafka started as an internal tool at LinkedIn. Interesting. Yeah, here's the crazy part to me. Kafka... Who's buying Kafka? Isn't it just open source? It's just Apache Kafka, right? Right? No one's buying Kafka. But maybe they're talking about, support contracts? A Confluent Kafka license. Oh, really? Confluent for Kafka? Oh, okay, okay. All right, so is this managed, or is it like a license to just like run it in your data center or something? And ooh. Who's their web dev? Come on, how has no one noticed the misalignment of the X and that? It's a simple Flexbox thing, and they're blowing it, man. Sorry, Kung. We get that just a little too often. You're number 530. Okay, so you manage it yourselves, but it's a UI for managing topics in your cluster. Ah, okay, so it's a tool kind of built around Kafka. Got it. That makes more sense. So Jira by Atlassian started as a project management tool for their agency. Basecamp for 37 signals. Yeah, I know, sorry. Okay, so hold on. I want to go right back to it. I want to see that request for startups. I don't think I've ever looked at this. Okay, so applying machine learning to robotics, machine learning to simulate the physical world, defense technology, bring manufacturing back to America, new space companies, climate tech, commercial open source companies. Got it. Yep. Okay. Developer tools inspired by existing internal tools. A way to end cancer. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, the Better Enterprise Glue one is interesting. There you go, Branda. Yeah, so Zapier, Airbyte, right? Okay, those are like the glue. That makes sense. Oh, so they're saying that LLMs have the potential to eliminate a bunch of the glue. Airbyte's like an ETL tool. Chow Codes worked for them at one point. But yeah, I have to look up what ELT stands for every time. Extract, load, transform. So it's data integration, basically. So ELT versus ETL. I am. Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure what I'm eating. It'll be something quick and easy. Is Worm home today, or are we waiting on Worm to get back from work? In ELT models, right, the data is stored without being transformed. Oh, he's home right now. Cool. Well, all right. You're originally from Arkansas? Oh, cool. Yeah, so I think I kind of get this now, right? In many cases, you kind of want to store exactly what you had and then just transform it when you need to, operate on it, but you still want the historical data in its unmodified state. That makes sense to me. Okay, so real quick, looking at this. So yeah, shows get blame info. All right, that's useful. Looks like what you do at your job. Gotcha. Get signs. Okay. And Vim blame line. All right, so this is good to know. Basically, I'm talking with a company, like interviewing, where I was wondering, like, hey, would it make sense to like build in public a NeoVim version of the thing they make? And yeah, it's looking like maybe not. Because there is stuff that exists already, it looks like. Yeah, I'm in the process of looking. Yep. It's going pretty good. Just chatting with some companies, and we'll see if it works out. I'm trying to get into DevRel. Basically anything that would allow me to stream as much as I still do. Yeah, I think it depends. Okay, so git blame, NeoVim, git signs. Ooh. Ooh, git signs does a lot of the really cool stuff too. Yeah, this one looks really good. Yeah, I was wondering, like, oh, is there, like, maybe, like, a good gutter plugin Well, yep. Yeah, they're doing that too. So yeah, this looks really good. Ooh. Oh, multi-platform support for libuv and Lua code. Okay. I mean, so technically this one does the blame, this one does the gutter. Yeah, get signs looks really good. So I got a question. What is like a feature of GitLens that you find get signs doesn't satisfy? I'm curious about that. Because for the most part, I tend to just use like the basics. Graph view of the commit history. Gotcha. Okay. I don't use that enough. I probably should. Right? So get lens inspect, is that kind of it? Where do you get the graph view? Oh, is it visual file history? Oh, where the terminal's at? I never used the terminal in VS Code. Ah, visualize commits. Ah, there it is. Okay. Oh, this is good. Yeah, that's really good. I did not know about this feature. I think there's a lot in GitLens that I am not aware of. Okay. Oh, this is nice. Auto links. Ooh, I'm not aware of those either. Yeah. Oh, you pay for Git Kraken. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. That's really good feedback. Yeah, they're one of the companies I'm talking to. I don't pay for GitLens. And yeah, Git Kraken owns GitLens now. Yep. I'm not sure when that happened or if it's always been the case. But yeah. Yeah, the reason why you want a NeoVim plugin for it. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I feel like a good... A good way of understanding it would be to build out individual plugins that do some of those things and then glue them together into like a larger Git lens for NeoVim kind of thing. Yeah, I like the idea behind this thing and using love as well. Like, that's kind of genius. Yeah, no worries, Space Case. This is pretty full-featured, though. Yeah, Get Signs looks really good. Yeah, and this is just like a really basic, like just blame in the line. Ooh, it gives you some stuff as far as like the gutter too. All right. And then visual Git. It's a decent diff. Oh, it does gutter changes too. Depends on plenary. Yep. I know I was using plenary for something. What is plenary for? Oh, and this is a Tej thing, right? Yeah. Yep. Forgot about that. No, but I have made an extension, and I ended up using something inside of plenary. I forget what, though. I really don't remember what functionality of plenary I'm using inside of and Vim biscuits. Yeah, I know there's like some utility function I used. I don't remember what it was for though. Yeah, I really don't remember what I used it for. Oh, it was maybe for some string stuff? Well, let me double check. NVim biscuits. Oh, you know what? I think I only use plenary in dev mode. Yeah. All right, so if I go look at the plugin. No, it's not there. Plenary.path. That's it. That was it. What is NeoVim biscuits for? So yeah, if you look at it, it's annotating like your ending brackets. Yeah, no worries, X Factor. Yeah, it's hard to Google assorted biscuits as well. But yeah, so it's basically just assorted biscuits for NeoVim. I think there's other things out there that satisfy this problem anyway, like things that make like the starting line of a block like stick to the top. I think you can do that with VS Code now too. So yeah, Code Biscuits was a product of its time. Might not be that necessary anymore. But what is lazy Git? Ah, okay. So simple TUI for Git stuff. Got it. Okay. Okay, cool. Oh, Vim Fugitive I've heard of too. Ah, yep. Okay, it's a T-Pope. Alright. Anyway. Super distracted there, but that's fine. Yeah, Git Butler seems interesting. All right, so closing down some tabs. I know, some people's favorite part. Let's get rid of a few of these, actually. Oh, I forgot about this. So destroy all ifs. What language even is this? Oh, was that Haskell? It definitely wasn't Elixir. So I think it was Haskell. It may have been Erlang? I don't know Erlang that well. Take it easy. Okay, so yeah, we got massively sidetracked, and I'm okay with that. There's one more Elixir extension. Copy extension ID. So yeah, we'd want to go through and maybe add recommendations for all of our clients. That's a good idea. It is Dorama Sans. Sans the drama. custom ligatures, man. All right, so we'll leave that. I think that's good. We'll probably want to add... yeah, we'll probably want to add some examples to that stuff, but... ooh, let's do this first. We're going to add lib. Oh, yeah, sure. This is feet. And yeah, we're doing a lot in this commit. That's fine. Git commit -m feet. Use idiomatic. Yeah, use idiomatic docs for Elixir. Okay, so now, how does it work for Go? GoDoc. Okay, it's actually pretty simple. You just do it as a comment. Not a big deal. Okay. Aha. All right, so let's go look at the Go code. Oh, interesting. So we're just calling it internal. Not sure I like that. Okay. So reports weather for stuff that returns a Boolean. Okay. Ooh, okay. Yeah, so I think I've got an issue calling this internal, and maybe I should just call it Vexilla. So we end up kind of documenting this in the same way, but I think it's uncovering the fact that I need to change my package name. This is also... Nope, that's correct. Never mind, we're good there. Yeah, I think I need to fiddle with and test actually using this in another Go project. I think that would be worthwhile. So an MVP typically has one goal, right? Does it satisfy that goal? Right? Is a task or a feature in the aim of satisfying that goal, or does it seem like a nice to have? Pretty much never include nice to haves in an MVP. So, as an example, right? The MVP of Vexilla only shipped with toggle and gradual rollout. It didn't have selective, it didn't have value. Didn't have scheduling. Yes. Yeah, I can, like, it depends on what you're making. If it's a dev tool, absolutely. Documentation is part of the MVP. Does it have to be great documentation? I think that depends. But if you're making... Let me put it this way. There's a difference between an MVP and a prototype. Are you building an MVP or are you building a prototype? That is really like the bigger question there. Prototype, you're probably not going to document, right? You're just proving it, like seeing if you can, that kind of thing, right? Whereas the MVP is the minimum viable product that you think you could actually sell someone. I don't think you're going to make a lot of sales if you don't have documentation. Right? How does someone even use it if there are no docs? So yeah, I think that's the bigger thing. Are you trying to talk about a prototype or an MVP? And yes, simple, lovable, complete. Okay. Right, and they're really supposed to be the same thing. But I think simple, lovable, complete kind of explains it a bit better. Right? It needs to be usable enough that people actually enjoy using it. It needs to be simple so you don't add a bunch of extra features. You can always figure out what features you need after the MVP. And complete means that you at least have the features people need. I don't know. Yeah, I like that. SLC. That's a good one. Simple, lovable, complete punk. It's a very different film. Yeah, it's a great idea. There you go. Yeah, that's a cool tool. Right? I guess the big thing is, do you want other people to use it, or is it only for your use case? Right? And then you might have to really take into account like features that people ask for and stuff like that. You want to know the coolest thing about Vexilla too? It's really, really good as a project to like show off to people in interviews. I showed it off again today and someone was pumped on it, which was pretty cool. But okay, so let's start documenting this, regardless of whether I have the right package name here. I think technically we'll want to try and build out the Go docs. How do we do that? Ooh. Multiple stages to an MVP? No, because, right, like, as you add more features, it's no longer, like, minimal, right? I don't know. Yeah, that's a tricky one. What do you call it after you've done the MVP and you're still adding to it? Oh, we don't have Godoc. Well, that's a shame. What is it? Go install? Do I need to do go get? Oh, that's right, that's right. Oh, hold on. I did package site and I want it to be tools. That's a lot of stuff. Hey, all right. Okay, so how do I ignore stuff? Because I don't want people calling these. Like, at all. Oh, so you'd actually have, like, if you wanted to keep your examples from showing up, you would add a go.mod inside of there. Interesting. So I might need to change the folder structure or file structure here. Yeah. Anyone know a good way of excluding it? I think we just have to change our folder structure. Let me show you two. That way you can see it. So basically, there's a build.basel file here. This is how we build out the Go library or Go test stuff. So maybe here at the top level, we would just have the client, and it would be part of package Vexilla or whatever. Yeah, I'm still fuzzy on the module system a bit. Go build, I think, right? Oh, that's right. We're using Bazel, so I forget how to do that now. Oh, that's right. Yes, we're doing go run for some things, but so hold on. They're saying no go files. Nope, that didn't do it. Or did it? Rust, C#, and Node? Yeah, no worries, Space Case. Yeah, no stress. Yeah, we are making an SDK, and I think, yeah, main.go is probably necessary. I guess another way to do it would just be go test, right? Oh, we need to start our server. That's fine. I think it's start. Yeah. All right, so this is the midnight issue, not for the daily stuff, but this is for the start-end. So yeah, we need to establish start-end testing in the same way that we're testing our daily stuff. So that's not a big deal there, right? I guess what I'm thinking is if I... Hold on. Here in client test, right? This is package internal. Is there, like, what would be the right way of doing private stuff in a library for Go? Right, so Go library, private. No, just like things that, like, I don't want people to call. So if we look at this, this exposes all of the types that we're using internally. It exposes all of the methods on client. It exposes all of our functions that the client is consuming. All I want it to have is the client and the stuff that client supports. So this is the only thing I actually want in my generated docs. We still need to be able to import it, though. That's the problem, right? Because these are over in separate files, and we still need to be able to import these files into this client module, right? So as an example, if we look at hashing, hash string instance ID needs to be public still for me as a consumer, but it doesn't need to be public in my docs. I think the main gist would be I would want to maybe make this a separate package, and then there's a folder called internal that has those other things. And then I would just import internal into here, right? So then theoretically, package here I'd want to change this to something like Vexilla client, or just package Vexilla. All right, so then this instead would be Vexilla / internal. Would this have to be like the fully qualified package name? All right, so I'd need like this whole thing. Oh, really? So I could theoretically just do that? You've seen relative file paths? Okay. Hey, what's up, Teej? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Oh, someone did the shout out for him. Gotta run? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, have a good one. I think that's something I want to add for Twitch voice rewards. When we get rated, I want to do that too. I think that'd be fun. But yeah, hacking on OCaml LSP for a bit. Nice. That sounds fun. Yeah, we were just looking at Plenary earlier because we were looking at some tools and I was like, I think I used Plenary at one point. So yeah, very serendipitous. Everyone joining, how you doing? What you up to? Let me check with my gaming crew. We're going to be playing some Baldur's Gate tonight. And yeah, perfect. So James needs some time, so yeah. And yeah, for everyone out there, the thing we're working on right now is we're trying to document my Vexilla Go SDK. And really, I only want this to be part of it. Everything else is really just internal for what we're doing. And for some reason, I have forgotten completely how to do that. So that's what we're working on at the moment. Anyone remember how to scope this? Because I want the top level package to be Vexilla, right? Oh, we may have an issue with just GoPLS because of the, yeah, hold on. Let's pop this open and look at it as a separate editor and see if it still yells. All right, so yeah. It still really doesn't like what we're doing. Oh, and we don't do commas there. But it hates this. It doesn't like that either. So I wonder if we do need the full name. Yeah. All right, cool. That's what I thought. Yeah, so we do need the fully qualified module. Nope. All right, let me show you all what I got and how we're trying to do this. Oh, and hold on. Nope, so those are all internal. We do that go mod like that just for now. Right? And package internal seems fine. Do I really need to do the workspace thing? Okay, so missing module declaration. That's right, that's right. Okay, that was it. I am missing the module declaration. So here, this go mod. Let's line these up. At which point, this now works. Nope, no it doesn't. Hey, are we good? Shit. No, we are not. What am I messing up here? Oh, I think technically that was it. I see now. Hold on. So we need to add that to the Go workspace. That's not it. Go.work. All right, so we need 1.18 or later, which I am messing up in here. Right, so golang.org/x/example/hello/reverse. Oh, and then it's just use. All right, so current file is not in there, so we need this as well. Okay, so I'd want to maybe create another module and call it client, or let's just call it Vexilla. All right, so it still doesn't like that. Oh, and it's not client, it's Vexilla. Yeah, any other Go people have any thoughts on how I should do this? I basically want this to be the public thing. Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh, it's like it's a multiplier. So yeah, it's like a combo counter, like a video game or something. Oh, and we can group that use together. I think it's interesting that it didn't wrap that for us. It's fine, it's just a font. It happens. You'll live. Go work sync. Did that do anything? No, not really. Let's double check this. So Vexilla client go package internal. Definitely needed that. But these are dot slash Vexilla, and these are internal. Oh, I like that it sorted those. That's clean. But we've still got this issue. We are not able to reference our types or anything from the internal module. Imported and not used. So that's our top level, like, whole module, right? Vexilla, Vexilla, client, go. See, all these, like, work amongst each other because they're all in internal. But splitting these out gives us grief. Okay. Ooh, and it's not doing the test stuff, which is great. So this looks pretty good already. Yeah. So here's the next thing. Would we eventually want to not do the GitHub /Vexilla/Vexilla/clients, like, because we could just name it whatever we want? It does seem to me like, hold on, let's do this. Go.work. Let's do this again. Oh, not that. Right, and we should probably be doing golang.org/x/whatever. Okay, so we're still running that server, so maybe refreshing this will help, right? So that doesn't work. We go here, standard library. Oh, interesting. So we'd need to rebuild anyway at some point. Oh, never mind, because I forgot to save that. Nope, that wasn't it either. So, yeah, we've definitely got, like, an import issue here. I'm trying to really think about, like, what the actual problem is. So, I mean, this gets simpler. So yeah, imported and not used. That's the part that's given me a bit of a weird feeling here. Oh, so warning, all matched, no packages. Going overboard with the modules here. All right, so let's go look at GitHub charm bracelet. What up, Hawkeyes? How you doing? All right, so bubble tea. Well, and I guess this is part of why a lot of this stuff ends up just living at the top level, huh? So we see package T, and it's all just kind of package T, isn't it? Yeah. I'm doing all right. Oh, hold up. PM Walls, if you're still out there, it was probably this replace thing, huh? Maybe not. It does look like you can do relative pathing, though. No worries. Yeah, so basically, you're talking about, like... Yeah, it's not quite the same thing. Yeah, never mind. No, not a big deal. No stress. So basically it replaces this with a ... slash, right? And if we go look at maybe autocomplete, we see package main. Ah, right. Okay. Because it's just an example. Right. Yeah, so it's not necessarily what I was looking for. Okay, so hold on. If we go to... like, I don't know. This will work. Package go dev. There we go. That's it. If we look for bubble tea... Yeah, so here we see examples. There's the README. So we can expand or shrink the README, which is cool. And then this is all generated. So... seems to me like they don't care if everything gets bubbled up here. What's a Go project that would definitely have, like, multiple modules? Yeah, and they're doing the same thing of just everything sits up top, and then they just have examples. Let's look at Spinner, maybe? And they are doing the GitHub.com thing. But they're all separate repos. Golang/tools. Sure. They're not doing the go.work thing. They do have an internal, though. Aha! All right, so let's look here. Internal. We can just do internal. Oh, that is not quite what I was looking for. Yeah, this all looks like it's like old like workspace based. Oop, didn't want to do that. Ooh, but yeah, we're at a point where I should probably finish up. Oh,
Robotic Kid is a brilliant inventor whose brain was fused with advanced artificial intelligence after a lab accident. Now, they possess superhuman intelligence and can interface with any technology. Their robotic head can detach and fly, emitting powerful energy blasts. With a heart of gold, they use their powers to protect the innocent and fight against rogue AI threats. Born from the fusion of man and machine, Robotic Kid is a formidable force for good in the world.
So, technically, it won't show up there because we have it, like, the audio routed differently, right? That's probably something I should fix and figure out. That way it's easier to clip. But you can go grab it from the YouTube. I don't know how you grab clips from the YouTube, but yeah, if you just try and remind me, yeah, that was great. Yeah, if you just try and remind me, I'll try and extract it when I'm doing some editing. Yeah. All right, so I'm not sure what our fix for this is. Totally updating your description? Hell yeah. I could copy and paste the content if you want. That's easily doable. It's not perfect, right? Because it's using AI to actually listen to its own audio. Ooh, wait, can I just download the clip? Oh, I can just download that clip. Yep, okay. There's the audio if you want it. Just send it to you. But okay. Yeah, so I need to get some food in my belly because I want to play some games with James and Worm. Yeah, no worries. I know it's like something really simple I'm just messing up here. And yeah, we're gonna end up just refactoring how a lot of this stuff is grouped together. We may not need the go.work. And I might move like the client and client test just to the top level. I just find it so strange that internal doesn't work there either. I guess it's because that's the package name, this is the module name.
For the support, JAMESPLAYSGM, they are a strategic mastermind. Born in a city where playing ordinary games was the height of popularity, they discovered they had the ability to manipulate reality like a game master, thus the GM in their username. They possess the power to change the odds, manipulate probability in strategic play. In times of crisis, they can tweak laws of physics like adjusting dice rolls. Their ultimate goal is to steer their city towards prosperity and save it from chaos. They are known for their tactical genius and quick decision-making skills.
That one's awesome. Oh, that one's so awesome. That was really good. Yeah, that was so good. Yeah, I'm gonna copy that and send it to you. I'll just paste it over in Wednesday Night Wrecking Crew. Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, I'm really liking this tool. I really need to turn it into an extension. But it'd be tricky doing the concurrency of it. We'd have to reach out to them to really like crank up the concurrency. But yeah, I'm not sure what our fix is directly at the moment. I think it's just me misunderstanding the module system. I'll come back at it with a fresh brain tomorrow. I'm gonna go grab just some awful KFC, something nice and quick so I can be ready to game for y'all. I don't think I have anything I can cook super fast. So yeah. But who do we go raid? I think that's a great thing. And man, yeah, my color correction's way off. I'm looking a bit orange, aren't I? Been eating too many carrots. Yeah, Twitch doesn't... Yeah, so the clips don't work because of how I have the audio routed. Basically, the music didn't go through on the clip either, right? Yeah. Wait, Arnold from Magic School Bus? Wait, what? I don't know that reference. Miss Frizzle's great, though. But yeah, who do we go raid? Yeah, I can try and clip it from, like, the YouTube video. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That makes more sense. Algo's still going. That's an option. We haven't rated Juicebox Hero in a while, though. Yeah, let's go raid Juicebox Hero. I guess real quick, anyone else want to shout out their sub or anything before we get going? There is a hype train, so why not? But totally up to you. No stress, no worries. Give you like 30 seconds or so. You're going to bed after the raid? Yeah, no worries. Thank you for hanging out. And yeah, good progress today. I like the documentation stuff. And hey, what's up, Productive Time? How you doing?
Robotic Head is an advanced artificial intelligence superhero turned from a sophisticated security system into a humanoid defender by a mysterious cosmic ray. Possessing superhuman strength, intellect, and the ability to control and communicate with other machines, they led mankind's defense against technological threats. Their titanium alloy body provides formidable durability and resistance. Their ultimate goal is to maintain peace between humans and the rapidly evolving world of artificial intelligence.
All right, that was a good one too. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. So, yep, I'm going to end the YouTube stream. Everyone, thank you over on YouTube for hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow. Hell yeah. Same Chris time, same Chris channel. I'll try and start a little earlier, like, 11-ish or something. That'd be fun. But yeah. So, thank you, YouTube. See you soon.